I'll be down. This is August 25th. I'll make this the 26th, and if you're going to be that way, how about that? Well, I'm not sure if I've got this figured out or not, but yeah. Anyway, it seems like one of them is working, and it looks like it's working okay now. For some reason, my scheduled broadcast didn't kick off on time. It seems like this one's correct. So we're behind the curve by 5 minutes here. This is my virtual trading journal. Nothing is for trade or financial advice. I am not monetized in any way here on the stream, so likes and subs would be really great. And for sure, participate in the chat. The idea here is that I talk to myself. My voice gives insight as to what I was thinking. My screens provide all everything I was seeing, right? And I don't have to be screen snapping or typing or whatever to maintain a journal. So let's see here. What can I do quickly now? I'm behind the curve. The next thing to look at, or well, we'll get back to any kind of pre-market or description first, I guess, later, I guess. First is the numbers out this morning. We had building permits, and building permits were out already, and they were up a little bit. And we've got new home sales and coming out at 9 o'clock. This is investing.com, which is free, and it's great for economic calendar and earnings in a clear, concise manner. This is Financial Juice, which has got the same data over here, but a little bit more of a squawk box story going on here. On this side, and they're both free. All right, so sorry, I'm playing catch up here, and my rhythm is off, so I apologize. Guess my stream is probably not the right one anymore up here either. Come to think about it. So that's that. Those are the reports, and let's look at the pre-market here. Well, here was yesterday's RTH session. Friday's RTH, and here's the overnight so far. I've got a sell-off, profit taking against this irrational exuberance that happened on Friday around the Fed speech. What we will continue to do, who knows? We bottomed out right here at this support level, which functioned numerous times on Friday. Looks like it is again today. We're bottoming off of here. This is the ES mini, NQ mini, and this is the ES micro composite chart, which is my higher time frame. This is a RTH session only. Daily candlesticks. Wherever the candlesticks overlap, I draw a volume profile around them, and in so doing, I get a micro composite VPOC and the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, just marking the high or the low volume nodes here in the profile. And then those high and low volume nodes are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the micro composite. This is the ES market profile chart. And here we have the stats. So we're down across the board, 0.27% down on the ES, and the way that's calculated is the last price as it relates to the settlement. There you go. Pretty easy. Let's get back over to Bookmap now. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter important areas. This is the naked volume point of control from Friday afternoon. Hasn't been revisited yet, so it's the naked volume point of control for the most recent RTH auction. And this is the micro composite VPOC. High and low volume nodes here. The full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night, and we'll go through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, this is the full session, or the Globex session, you might call it that. This is the RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Fingers crossed, it hasn't been working very well. Just the restart gets lagging. I don't know. I've deleted a couple of instruments up here trying to lighten the load on this thing. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. This is an important column for me. This is my notes column where I first changed the column title to the open type for the day. Before I do that, I clear all the notes. There you go. And now the open type. How do we determine that? Well, if we opened right here, right now, where would we be? We would be lower than the previous close. And within range, because I can't really show you, but the previous RTH low is way down here below us. Pretty close. Yeah. Don't forget that yesterday or Friday we had that huge pop, right? A big string of singles. So to be out of that range would be phenomenal. And here's the high. So the higher in range is not correct because here's the close. So we're going to change that title to say lower in range. There you go. And I do this column title for my benefit only. When I go back and look at a snap or the screen or the stream, I can see that title and it instantly tells me a lot of information. My goal about this whole process is to have it be as simple, straightforward, logical, and math, probabilities, or statistics based, and to be able to see all the information I think I need to trade right here on the hard right edge of the screen. Okay. Now, we'll get to the statistics in a second, but these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to IRT. And again, there's nothing magical or mysterious about any of them. There is no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are the following levels, all the typical price levels: developing value area high, close, POC, settlement, all those things, just as described by these titles or these abbreviations. And then we have a VWAP for both the RTH and the Globex. They happen to be on top of each other at the moment. We have a mid for the RTH only, and we have a POC for both full session and RTH. Now, or ETH and RTH, if you want to call it that. The POC is, none of these levels are mysterious either, okay? The POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. The levels are exactly what they say they are, and the only other level that can be somewhat confusing to people are the IB high and low. Because of their naming, it's an old market profile-ism that is, it stands for initial balance. What those two levels really represent, the IB high and the IB low, which is way below us, is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That is exactly all it is. And these gradations here, or these, highlighted areas in the heat map reflect resting liquidity in the book. Here's 214 of them. Well, it went into the book at 8:11 this morning, and they're still sitting there. There you go. That's how it works. Now let's look at the statistics. I'm a little bit off here. I apologize for that. I want to try to do something on my upper screen where I monitor the stream. That doesn't seem to want to work. Ah, okay. There you go. Let's get over to the correct one here. Okay, here we go. Why doesn't that want to share that? Why doesn't that want to share? Or save for later, I don't get it. Okay, I think I got it all figured out. I don't know why that scheduled stream didn't fire up properly, but it did not. Anyway, let's get back to the pre-market now. And the business at hand, which is the most interesting for everybody, typically is the statistics. And how they work is also very simple. This is the statistics study in my IRT. Here it conveniently highlights the correct column after the open. So this was for Friday. And now we're going to be lower in range. We just determined that, right? Only two criteria. How the open of today's RTH session compares to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. Only those two criteria. Somebody could blow up the, whatever. No other event or news. Now, obviously, some sort of news that's happened overnight will affect the start price, et cetera. But you know what I'm getting at. There's only two parameters that affect that. And here we are for the lower in range. The way the study works is very simple, like everything else I do. The study looks back at 2,000 trading days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range 589 of those days. That's 29.5%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 495 times, or 84%. Boom. Overnight volume point of control. Now, I happen to know it's this red guy right there. So we're going to go 84.5. There you are. That's exactly all there is to it. Let's get this opened up a little more so maybe we can see that. See, I wasn't lying to you. There you are. And there's 84.5%. Now we go to the next one in the list. It's very simple. Below that is typically the overnight mid, and there it is, 81.2. After you do this a while, you kind of get used to what happened when. Oop. 83 point. Oh, come on, Alice. There we go. Next order of business is the previous close. Now we need to wind them down a little bit here because this thing is flying all over the board. Previous close is 73.5. And then what? Oh, this is a good one. The IB high is 70.3. We know right up here is the IB high, right? So this is 70.3 IB high. And why do I put those initials? Because by definition, the minute we open the RTH session, this will move to the high of the current RTH session, and the low will move up to the bottom or the low of the current RTH session. So it'll no longer be here. And, I'm going to look at this in a little while and go, what the hell was 70.3? And that doesn't seem to want to line up very good. Okay. Mid, value very low, POC. Overnight low is 66.9. IB low is so far below us, I'm not going to bother. Overnight high is 52.1. And that went someplace. Where did the overnight high go? Should be right here. That's pretty weird. Why isn't it showing up here? I've had a little issue. I had to redo my data, or re-download my data. I'm going to suggest that is there something else above us here that I'm not seeing? No, these are our previous all-time highs, which I think are probably on the hit parade. The previous high went somewhere. That's 39.9%. I'm a little bit disappointed that I'm not seeing the overnight high, which ought to be right here. I don't see it over here. ETH high, value area high. it's up here. Why don't I have any value here? Do you see that? ETH high, there's the flag from me, from my RT. And what was that? Overnight high is 52.1. So this looks a little bit goofy to me today. Okay, the next thing I need to do at this point is something I do every day. At least I still do it every day. And that is the TLab snap. One of two that I do every day. Oh, come on, man. I had a bunch of crap with my stuff over the weekend, which I'll get into in a little bit here. And this is why you understand why I'm not Mr. Multitask and why I do the stream this way. I can't type, talk, and think at the same time anymore. Doesn't seem like. So what I've done here is this is the Traders Lab by Tom B. It is a Bookmap Discord chat room. It's completely free, and you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty cool. It's the only other public site that I recommend. And every day at about 6, I post a snap of the reports from investor.com. And I post this snap every day at about 8:20, and that is to give all the folks here a view of all the levels that might be applicable to them that they could be interested in. All right, now let's get back to the business at hand here. Why do I do that? Well, I believe that the TLab and Tom are a unique instance in the internet. And the reason being, nothing is for sale. You're never solicited for anything, including subscribing to Bookmap. Tom is a professional trader who's been doing it about 46 years or something like that. And he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. You're never going to see a wrapped Lambo or a bunch of gold chains or his account, audited account statements. But I believe, much as I can, my gut feeling is he's the real deal, because nothing's for sale, never solicited. He genuinely seems to have an altruistic attitude, or to try to help traders achieve consistent profitability with their trading business. So I recommend it, and it's the only site that I do recommend, including any of the other Bookmap Discord areas. It's unique even there that I know of. Of course, I've certainly not been to all of them. Absolutely not. So how could I recommend or not recommend them? And the other two that I have visited briefly that were typical. The guy, third word out of their mouth, were trying to sell something. And that's perfectly fine, obviously. And it's fine if that's what Bookmap wants to support, but it's not of interest to me, and I don't think that I would recommend it then to anybody that follows this stream. There you go. All right, so we're getting ready to rumble here now, and it would be probably pretty handy if we could trade, right? And the way you can trade with Bookmap is as follows. The first thing you have to do is activate the trade control panel. Click that padlock. You select a method in which you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart, DOM, both. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is this active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns. And if you choose both, you guessed it, both columns. Next thing I do is I use multi-brackets. Hence the risk neutral trade setup, name of this, stream and my philosophy. This is the smallest risk neutral package, 2 lots. It has to be an even number of contracts, and you'll understand why. So here we go, 2 lots. And you determine mathematically, probability, chicken bones, whatever it is you use, backtesting, ATR, anything that you determine the appropriate stop for your risk appetite of your account and the market volatility, etc. Once you've established the stop size and you already know the package size, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the package and it's for the same number of ticks positive as the stop is a loss. The minute this T1 target is achieved, you are risk neutral. The worst that can happen in the trade is a scratch. And then I click, hold on, another thing, and a multi-trade account. Okay, there we go, close. Now that multi-trade account copies whatever, this is a TopStep evaluation. And the purpose of this is 0 to hero. So everything is captured completely, transparently, full accountability from starting the challenge through live account. And the reason for the multi-accounts is any trade taken here copies to 4 others automatically, which is pretty neat. I thought it was bullshit at first, and then I got to thinking, and somebody said, "What's wrong with you?" So I realized they're right. After I've established that, I confirm the package size, and I click this button again. Stays green, padlock stays open. I get my real estate back, and all the information that I would need from the trade control panel is right up here in ticks. Plus, I can cancel or close any orders. So I don't need, because I use multi-brackets, I don't need the other functionality down here, OCOs and brackets and stuff in the trade control panel. And you see that the stats here are the same as up here. So there you go. Okay, now I've probably forgotten something, but we're going to open in 3 minutes here. I hope that things are working. Yeah. That was confusing about the stream. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't recognize the upcoming scheduled stream. So we'll see what the hell happens. Maybe I'll cancel that scheduled one so it's not confusing if somebody thought they were going to get there. Do that after we open. We're going to open in a minute and a half. All right, fingers crossed, whatever toes, your nose, whatever it is that you cross for good luck, that this piece of crap resets at 8:30. Jeez, so frustrating. We got no lags. Quick trip around the horn here. Here's our big day on Friday with thank you, Jerome Powell. This is about the biggest P-shaped profile with one of the longer strings of single prints I've seen in a long time. Right here, if the market gets down in there, we got a very good chance of eating that string of singles up. and we're red across the board. Let's get ready to rumble here in about 45 seconds. All right, 10 seconds till the world famous open. My suggestion in this environment is to be extremely cautious. And there we have the open, and we didn't reset. Now we're 7 seconds in, and it hasn't reset. There's no big lag or ingestion problem down here. This is just goddamn not working right. That's all there's to it. That's really frustrating. And I am really, as you might imagine, pay a lot of money for this stuff, and I expect it to work. I don't think that's unrealistic. You know, that's, as far as I'm concerned, if that's bullshit. Now I will set my IRT charting to day session only, and you do that very simply. You just select the chart, click the hotkey, select day session only. Now, this is Friday, and here is today, starting out, okay? And that's how you do it. And there's a reason I do that, which is probably maybe worth explaining, maybe not. I do that to keep one or two of the session prices configured so that they are as other people expect them to be. I push these session prices freely to anybody that would like them. Real time from Sunday night at 5:30 through Friday afternoon at 1600. And okay, the level I'm talking about here is the value area, which I don't see one of them right here, maybe. Yeah, value area low compared to the developing value area low. Developing applies to the current auction. The value area low applies to the previous auction. So I want this to be the previous RTH auction, and therefore I set my charting, which pushes these levels, to RTH only. If I left it full session, this would be, now that we've opened today, this would be reflecting the just closed or ended ETH session, which would screw up all the people in the various places that use these levels. If these levels would be handy for you, subscribe, like, drop a note in the chat, and we'll make a plan to get you the link. No problem. And I'm curious now about several things. Look, we got a crazy Ivan up here. The brighter yellow, the more muted yellow is the full session, and the brighter yellow is the RTH. So this is really where we are right now, according to this one, to Bookmap. And these flags are just in there to, when you're zoomed in, you can see where the developing VPOC has gone. Next thing I do every day or every session. Now, let's throw this vertical line right there at the session open. And that's just a visual cue for me. I try to keep the entire session visible on the heat map screen, chart, whatever you want to call it. This blue line, if I just glance left and I can see the blue line over here at the edge of my screen, I know that I've got the whole session on. If I don't see it, I need to adjust it. That's all there is to it. Not very complicated. Selling, selling, selling. So they're still taking some profit, but we haven't gotten into that string of singles. If that happens, be careful. That could really light the fire. That would be below the previous well, it's not the RTH low because that's way the hell down below us. This is a real good day to watch and narrate. Anytime you've got this kind of thing going on with this big string of singles, and here we are. Here was when Powell started talking, and boom, up they went. Very dangerous area. Here we are today within range. Okay, I think we're pretty much okie dokie at this point. Ow. I think I'll delete that upcoming stream so that there's no confusion. I just changed the date to it, but I think I'm going to delete it because of the wonderful things it does. Now that should be gone. Okay. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it did. So I apologize. It was scheduled since Friday afternoon or evening and all weekend long. And on my OBS, it looks like it's all set, but then OBS is unable to get the stream started because it says you haven't created a stream yet and what. So I just quickly created another one. And there you go. But I mean, if you think about the magic of how this all works, it's pretty incredible. And OBS is completely free. That's even more incredible, I think. Okay, quickly around the horn, we have the book map, we have the levels, we have the statistics. You know how the micro composite column and the high volume nodes works, which of these volume profiles are which, what the IB high and the IB low represent, and why they are where they are, why I flagged the migrating volume points of control, and Mr. Blue, the blue boy over here. So there you go. I think we're about up to speed here. I try to, center myself in whatever kind of thought process you want to call it before the market starts or the stream starts, and then follow a pretty much set structure. It's good for people who participate here to know what's coming next, and it is for me. So if you're new to the stream, welcome here. And yeah, morning, Antonio. There we go. I think everything's firing along here. Looks like so. Put a chat over here to make sure that stuff is working. Seems like so. Interesting delaying. There you go. Oh, yeah, okay. So everything seems to be working again now. There was a real interesting thing. If anybody in the sound of my voice here is using Windows 11, about a week ago, the 12th or so, they pushed an update, which is KB 5063878, I believe it is. That's got a gigantus, huge bug. If you happen to be downloading and manipulating large files or stuff, it can wipe out your hard drive. A hard drive, SSD. So what I did was quickly uninstall that and then postpone any updates for a couple of 3 weeks until they get it figured out. And it's real easy to do all of those things. And they're on another machine, so I can't do the screen snaps. But just Google it would be my suggestion. And it's real easy to do, to roll back an update. You go to the, let's do that quickly. Well, you go to the, you go to check for updates. You see how I've paused it. You go to update history. You see if that particular one is in the updates file, which is mine. You see where I said successfully installed 16. Now, why is that not gone? This is it, and I uninstalled that. What you do to excuse me, to uninstall something is you come down here to uninstall updates, and you select the one that you want to get rid of, and you'll see that it's not in here. It's been deleted. So that's how you do it. It's real simple, and it works like magic. You just, restart the computer, and poof, you're all done. This is the 5063878. That's the bad one. It's a real bad actor, and they don't have Microsoft doesn't have a bug fix out for it, and what. So if you're using Windows 11, use caution. And if you're using Windows 10, you need to get your act together because it will go out of service. No more updates. Someday in October, I forget which day it is. There are several things you can do. Obviously, the most common sense thing is to update to Windows 11 so that you continue to get updates, because the security updates is the most important first line of defense against any kind of a malicious actor. If your hardware doesn't permit an update, there are several ways you can, depending on the real minimums of your hardware, that you can update and run Windows 11. You can get around their minimum hardware requirement tester, which is pretty, they're looking for some pretty fancy hardware. You can actually do it. Your CPU has to be 2 or more cores. A couple other things that you need to have definitely, or else it really cannot run Windows 11. I have one old machine that's my favorite over here that I have to deal with. So you need to have a plan for that before the, before the October, whenever it is. The first thing, no matter what you do, would be to get to the go to your, Windows Guru YouTube site of choice and download a ISO image of the system, of the operating system, so that you have a back. If something goes wrong on yours, you can reinstall a backup, because after it goes out of service life, you can't download backups anymore. So there you go. Merry Christmas. Well, what did will we do today? Remember, this is the lightest weeks of the trading year because it's the end of holiday. School it has or will soon start. People were all busy fly fishing in Jackson Hole, and now they're done doing that. Use extreme caution. We've had real low volumes. I don't know what we got now, but let's check. Well, volume as of this point in time is 78% of normal, of average. Look at our ATRs down here at 2.75. Friday it was up here at 14 or 15. Now, if you're using a risk neutral package and you've got it in there at 3-point stop, you're going to get salt pounded in your butt real quick when the ATR is up here, right? Average true range is swinging around 14 or 15. You got to be really aware of that stuff. That's why it's important, in my opinion, to approach trading as a statistical business, and a business of where you're striving, or your goal of that business is consistent profitability, not gambling, gunslinging, but a business of statistics and probabilities. That's my belief. And it's my belief because it is the belief put forward and the secret to the success of the most successful traders and hedge funds in the world. So I think it's pretty good advice. It's not some random yahoo from the trailer park or whatever that's coming up with that. Is Thorpe and Jim Simmons and Tudor Jones, Dalio, from the very top level of the most successful hedge fund and traders in the world in history, down to our level, Rod, Tom B, Garrett, those kind of guys. So yeah, it's Tom, the trader, the, best loser wins guy that seems to be real popular now. He seems like a good guy. Yeah, you need to really keep that in mind. If that's your goal. If your goal is to, get an adrenaline rush and play a video game, then that's cool too. Whatever. That is great. So here we go. What is this? This is Chopperama, boys and girls. IB low, IB high. We're 10 handle range. We came down to those, looked at those singles and turned around. Now, I'll tell you a secret. From old market profile isms, if we get into this string of singles down here, they'll, quote, eat them up. Down in. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I don't have any idea why it would or not, but there we are. I don't know exactly what we've got going. We have news and craziness going on. Trump is, Mr. Microphone is going to be on at 9 in the morning. In other words, 12 more minutes. So that's random risk. Right there. Random risk, size executive doors, 11 o'clock. Again, and let me be clear about this. This is not anything about politics or political, ideas or views. It's, if you're a project manager or any kind of a business person, one of the things, after you get things going and business set up and the plan and all those things, one of your first priorities had better be identifying risk and coming up with a mitigation plan for that risk mitigation. Trump and, all the folks in the administration now that are real fond of the sound of their own voice and love the camera. And Trump in particular seems to really enjoy saying random off the wall kind of things, kind of shocking stuff. I think he enjoys the power of watching things move when he speaks. I don't know, I'm certainly no psychiatrist, but it seems kind of the way it is. So the reason I refer to these guys as random risk or, random critical risk, we have no idea. Got no idea what he's going to say at 9 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning. Or Navarro jumps on and says something over here, or Jesus Christ. I paid $0 for Intel. It's worth approximately $11 billion. Does that mean how did you pay $0 for enough shares to be worth $11 million? Does that mean himself personally? You know what I mean? Navarro, it's insanity that Europe still buys Russian oil. Well, where are they going to get the oil? Are we selling them the oil? Are the Saudis? I don't know. These kinds of statements that seem to have this, for example, how is this Intel deal good for the country when it says I paid $0? Maybe he means in this recent deal he's got. I don't know. So it's hard for me to interpret these things, and I think that a lot of the stuff is kind of pandering to the mega base. So I don't know. But my point, or I don't really even care about it politically, apart from the fact that it's an unrecognized risk, and therefore, you better be on guard when this is no less of a risk than non-farm payroll. Even more so because you have non-farm payroll will have an effect on the market one way or another, depending on the number. One of these completely random critical risks, you don't know if it'll have any effect or not, and you have no idea what that effect might be. So that's all I'm saying, to be clear. Again, this is investing.com. I find it better for just looking at the day's numbers. It's cleaner and clearer. Earnings. This Wednesday is going to be a biggie. This Wednesday's NVIDIA. That's all eyes are on that. $4.3 trillion market cap. Think about that. Wow. So this is investing.com, completely free. Obviously, you can pay for it if you want to, but you don't have to. Financial Juice, same story. This is pretty much the same numbers as are in, as are in investing.com. You can filter them the same way, but a little less so, I find. And then there's more of a squawk box feel over here. So there's that. Also free. And let's get back to the things at hand here. So we've got, 7 minutes till who knows what. I'm going to just sit on my hands and see what happens with this press conference, which is, photo opportunity, or I don't know what to call those, the random critical risk opportunity, I guess. We're still down across the board, 0.21% on the ES and the micros, and the way this percent change works, and the colors up here is the relationship between the last price and settlement. below settlement, red, above settlement, green. And these red and green things, and the way the way the market and the exchange does this, and then trading platforms, has a phenomenal psychological effect on the bulk of retail traders. You know, the Robin Hooders and those kind of guys, their screens go red and they're selling like crazy. Other way around. And you see that the market shares my opinion of random risk. Look at what we've done today. Swing, swing, winding that spring up, right? Look at the rotations, how tight they're getting leading into 9 o'clock. Nobody wants to, or nobody knows what's going to happen, and they don't want to be overexposed. So that's, look at that. Like how tight that is. So that's a risk that we're not used to in the markets. Well, we are now, I guess, because we've been involved in it since actually November it started, but January for sure. And in April, you know, what a rodeo that was. The whatever he called it, the man, I don't know, forget what he's, you know, show those pesky penguins who's boss and put tariffs on them. Jesus, they don't even seem embarrassed about that stuff. That's pretty bizarre to me. They had no rhyme, reason, formula, strategy. They just they worked a percentage backwards of the trade imbalance, and they just slapped tariffs on everything, including 2 islands full of inhabited by nothing but penguins. What the hell? And apparently nobody finds that a bit surprising, that there would be such a lackadaisical approach towards something so serious. I find it strange, really strange. Anyway, here we go, boys and girls. It's Monday, fun day. Now, from my point of view, I am pretty much caught up with my chapters, I think, and it looks like I've got everything running. I don't know. I'm hoping. I'm hoping against hope. I'm not going to launch off onto any other discussions here until we see the results of what may or may not happen at 9. And with everything else around those Oval Office photo op deals, you never know. You know, it's usually sometimes before the event, before this. I think this is a executive order, which seems to be the new way that we make laws over here now. Signing or whatever they call them. Sometimes it's before, sometimes it's after, you know, in the questions or something. So you can't ever, it's not like a number coming out at 9, for example. You don't know exactly when that might hit the wires. I will I'll get now this is where financial juice kind of comes in my view, because of the Squawk Box side. Pretty strange stuff. Wow. Some things, if you just think about them for a second, doesn't make a lot of sense. Looks like they're thinking about something over here. What happened? There was a little bit of a bump. Oh, that's new home sales. Okay. The South Korea president's office will check the situation after Trump's comments on a purge. But and the president of the country isn't aware of what this Trump is talking about. Isn't it weird? And speaking of purge or revolution, what the only person in recent history that I can think of that encouraged that was around January 6th. So I guess that's the pot calling the kettle black. I don't know. Kind of weird. You see the post here, and here's the South Korean president's office response. Wow. Okay, let's see what happens. We're rolled past 9 o'clock now. We had that bump on housing stuff. Now let's see what happens with the if any kind of newsy things comes out of this press opportunity. From my point of view now, in my trading, up until this point, I am approaching trading as a business of statistics and probabilities. And I recognize that we operate in a random environment. And I also recognize that it's a statistical fact. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50. The market is a binary event. It can only go up or down. Horizontal movement is imposed on the market by us in the fact that we put time around it. And so if it's, only binary, it's a coin flip. Thinking that way now, applying that thinking, my belief is that the way to approach it is to base it on probabilities, and the way you do that is you identify a setup and the qualifying parameters that validate the entry for that specific setup. You capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those parameters, ideally with a backtest system or something away from the live market. Review your charts and just figure it out and mark them down in an Excel table or something. And after you, and a statistically significant data set so that your subset of data is outside the, as far, as best as you can, outside random distribution. Then you can determine statistically, mathematically, does this have an edge? Did I achieve T1 and then or T2 more than I got stopped out? If the answer is yes, then that's a positive expectancy or probability or edge. The random distribution is important because you can falsely think you have an edge or not simply because your data set was too small. If you flip a coin 10 times, you're liable to get 8 heads in a row. Does that mean it's not 50-50? Of course it doesn't. Everybody knows that a coin flips 50-50. You flip it 1,000 times, you're going to be pretty close to 50-50. So that's how, and the big problem with trading is if you erroneously think that it is no good, there's no edge, but in reality there is a good edge, could be the best setup in the world, just that you were looking at at a small sample of data within a random distribution. Very, 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 very common. You will get 4, 3, 4, 5, 8, whatever it is, similar outcomes in a row, stops, for example. But if you determine that setup does not have an edge over the long period, that could be a real big mistake. You could throw away the best setup ever. Or vice versa can happen. You can think it's fantastic and you're just operating within a random distribution. So that's important. And then after you've done that and determined that, your mission as a trader in the live market is to take that pre-vetted setup and criteria when it presents itself and rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that profit to your bank. Well, they're still talking about new home sales here. And there you are. 652,000 homes sold. There's 499 for sale. Median price is 400,000. Anyway, back to this statistical trading as a statistical business. And like I said earlier in the stream here, this is not my thinking, and I didn't, arrive at these conclusions personally. I guess I sort of have in a way, but this is a collection of thought and the beliefs of the most successful traders in the world, and this is how they do it. Exactly. So, therefore, I think that's a good idea. The trade that I'm working on is the IB trades. I'm vetting the IB trades, of which there are 2. IB failure, which is essentially mean reversion. We come up here, right, here's a perfect example. It's no IB yet because this is only 9 o'clock. The IB doesn't set until when? 9:30. So this statistic is not even in place yet. But let's pretend that it was. Come up here. We didn't get anywhere. Now, this isn't a very good example because we didn't take the statistic or the IB, and then we didn't test for the setup, and then we revert to the mean. Mean reversion, outside in, outside in. The other trade is the IB continuation trade. We come up, we test, we do this and that, and then we meet the parameters and we continue on. Now, if you think about that for a second, the IB failure is suggested by a rotational day because we are mean reverting. The IB continuation is suggested by a directional day. That's the reason I chose the IB statistics to vet at this point, because I wanted an opportunity to trade either context type. And to be honest, I mean, this is a fact. There are way more rotational days in the trading year than there are directional days. So there you go. Another thing that I'll say that's I find to be pretty important: do not trade to the statistic. You know, okay, we're above the VWAP, we're above the the mid, we're above the POC, we're within X points of the IB high. We're going to trade to the IB. Nah, that's not the way to do it. And I'm speaking from experience here. I'm sharing experience. You wait for the statistic to be gotten, and then you trade that way. Now this is having a problem thinking about the levels. It's updating the CSVs. It's so frustrating. In a second, the levels will all pop back up the minute this updates down here that it's indexing these files. They'll all come zooming back. These levels, both the flags and the lines, which represent the same levels as the flags, are driven by the exact same exported data from IRT, and it's instantaneous and it's continual. Bookmap will only allow me to update the minimum refresh time I can set on the cloud note column is 1 minute. Boom. And the folks who programmed this indicator, which you buy from Bookmap, obviously did it quicker, you know, more frequent. So there's that. Okay, so here we are now. Well, I still don't see any random risk story happening. I guess maybe he got it out of his system early. I don't know, you know. Tired of thinking about it. I can safely say that over the years of trading, I gave attention to reports, economic reports. In a situation of war or some kind of drama, you know, yeah, you pay attention to what the leaders are saying, but I never saw anybody with all these signing of executive orders and all that kind of stuff and press opportunity. I never saw that before. Even Trump in his first go round, you know, I don't know. I guess it's a new thing they figured out. That's what I can imagine. And this whole thing about executive orders is a loophole, right? He's basically circumvented the legislature by imposing all of these quote unquote executive orders, which are essentially being treated as laws, because he took advantage of the Emergency Powers Act and stated that the United States was in a under attack or emergency power because of fentanyl. And that's how this whole thing started. Pretty crazy. I'm not saying fentanyl is a good thing. It was invented by the Shackley family and produced in America. I don't know how they determine or think they can prove who is smuggling it in. Is it a matter of smuggling it into the country, or is it being produced in the country? Who's doing the smuggling? It would seem to me, if they know who's doing the smuggling and where it's coming in, you know, all of these, maybe they should take these masked unidentified ICE guys and go put them on the border. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? You know, it's just everywhere you look, there's some crazy thing, and the real purpose is to, he probably doesn't give two shits about fentanyl. This is his way of being able to essentially be a king or dictator, whatever, writing the laws himself and not worrying about Congress or the Supreme Court or the typical checks and balances which are provided for over here. So that's a whole new dynamic and a new era. Excuse me. maybe that was a Freudian slip. Anyway, let's see what happens now. We're approaching 9:15. Very tight balance, 10-point handle. Well, now it's pushed up to 12 or maybe 15. Ooh. We're holding under the micro composite VPOC and under the previous naked volume point of control from Friday. And I can tell you that I suppose it's probably old hat by now, but I'm not crazy. Come on, you gonna do this or not? I have no problem not trading. I'm a firm believer in trying to exploit the best setups. Come on, man. Wow. Look how tight that market has to be if you get down to 1 point wide in the price deal here. Does that look like a place you could play or trade or engage and make money? Or does that look like the biggest helping of retail soup you've seen ground up in a long time? Here's my blue identifier over here. Yeah, this sucks. Okay. I'm gonna grab a tea, Antonio. Get ready to trade. He'll say something, and this thing will go ballistic here in a second. I'm gonna go get another green tea. Well, let's see what other kind of trouble I can get into here now. Well, it seems that TopStep is not coming right with this final account, which is pretty disappointing. More than you can possibly imagine. That's for sure. Really irritating. Yeah, well, this is just magic here. There are so many things that would prevent me from engaging here today so far that it's not even funny, but I'll try to list a few of them here. I have the range requirement, meat on the bone, as Tom would call it. Can you operate effectively in a 2-point range? This is the range for a short here, 2 points. All of these obstacles are in the way. My range requirement says that in order for even a validated entry to be taken, I have to have a minimum range requirement. So that says that there can be no obstacle in the way between my entry and the risk neutral scale. Simply way to put that is there's got to be at least 3 points from entry to the first obstacle, which is one of these lines or levels. Any place where price potentially, likely will react one way or the other, because that lowers the probability of achieving that first target. And then after that, now you have to think about, okay, so there's risk neutral. My job is not to just keep taking scratches and pay commissions. My job here, the goal of trading, is to get the profit targets. In my risk neutral 2-lot configuration, the T2 is 48 ticks. That's 12 handles from entry. Well, the whole freaking range today is about 12 handles, except for this little excursion up here on the housing number. You know, what are we really trading here? We're trading 74 to, well, let's call it 63. So we're really trading a 10 handle range with all the levels and all the resistance and all the POCs and everybody else in between there. That is an extremely low probability environment for trading, in my opinion. I think it's important to realize that, to consider your job as a trader is to first and foremost preserve your account, and you do that by risk management. The next thing that follows there is You want to maximize the opportunity and minimize the amount of time you expose your account, yourself, whatever, to risk. In other words, how much risk do you put on? How much and how long risk do you put on? And is that risk reward valid, a good idea? And these are all thoughts that you need to have during your homework period away from the trading session, when you're not, triggered emotionally or anything else, in my opinion. So there you go. And nobody would like to have a trade, would get these accounts across into the eval and to the XFAs and not stop thinking about this. But I'm certainly not going to do some stupidness and, just start clicking that mouse like I'm killing snakes. That's ridiculous. Well, that is one tight range, huh? Oof. And it's important to keep the scale such that it is meaningful to you as a trader. Remember, this is my virtual trading journal, so that's why I have it set like I have it. The reality is we're trading about a 10 handle range. Absolutely retail soup. They're grinding them up. They're grinding up those mouse clickers like there's nobody's business, in my opinion. I see no future in anymore these markets. There's no future in scalping. What scalping does is it gives you maximum risk exposure to the market for minimum return. And I don't think that's a good long-term strategy. So. Sucks. There's no question about it. And we have now spun through 9:30, right? So here's the 9:30 hour. What does that mean? That means the IB statistic is now in play. It is a statistic now. It wasn't until 9:30. There's a variation on that, since there's nothing going on here. There's a variation on the IB statistic, which is interesting. Rod in Static and TLab is a good trader, nice guy, good coder, status, looks at stuff from a point of view of statistics. He worked out statistically that there is a interesting relationship between the high or low of the first 30 minutes of the RTH session and the second 30 minutes. And that they call the IB30 statistic, which says that about 90% of the time, the high or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. Could be one tick, but that's the statistic. The one that I'm working to vet is the old-fashioned market profile IB statistic, which says that greater than 97% 97.7% probability in all four open types, higher outer range, higher in range, lower in range, lower outer range. All four of those, greater than 97.7% probability, the high or the low of the first 1 hour, which is the IB, initial balance, is exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. And if you don't believe me, and since we have nothing to do except this, here's the homework study, 97.7, 98.2. Here's today, lower in range, 98.1% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be touched, exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH session, and 97.9 on the lower outer range. So when I said 97.7, I was accurate. Today, it's actually 98.1% of the days. And if you're curious, the IB high, tagging both out, is 32.7% probability. And here's a statistic that I like. If we know it's 98.1 that one or the other is taken, and it's whatever I said it was, where'd it go? 32.7 that both are taken out. So think about this for a minute. It is a 1.9% probability that neither will be taken out. There's one for you. And not surprisingly, I don't think I can ever remember that situation when neither were taken out. That would be, I really wish I could get backtesting framework up, whichever language it is, where I can do quick what if stuff, like just exactly like that. Look back at how many times it was taken out and see which days that was the case. I think this goes right there. I don't remember ever, but then that's neither here nor there. And at any point in the day here, we could just rip, depending on somebody says something or who knows what, but that's the problem. That's that random critical risk that we don't know anything about. Well, we're sneaking down towards those singles, huh? This pretty truly sucks, actually. That whole story with TopStep's really disappointing. NASDAQ just not having any sign of a up day here. ES is, they're pretty much diverged at this point. NASDAQ is just steadily marching down and the ES is rotating. And deleting the instruments up here, thinking that was going to have some impact on the column reset, was just a waste of time. I'm not having any fun. I'm not having any fun, really. A lot of moving parts here that aren't a lot of fun in and out of my trading life. So that's something to be aware of if you're on tilt, in my opinion. If I'm on tilt for any reason, that just is an extra red flag on engaging with the market, because those kinds of emotional things, whatever that may be, can really cloud your vision, cloud your thinking. No different than FOMO, or any of those adrenaline type things that come with our monkey mind. And remember, this is me talking to me here, so I believe that to be the case. And you're never going to, in my view, you're never going to eliminate those emotions, those thoughts, fear, FOMO, revenge, trade. I don't know. That's enough, I guess. Tilt, being on tilt. Because they're baked into us through evolution in our monkey mind. So my opinion is you want to stay always aware of them and recognize them, and then don't act on them. And that's how I approach the willpower idea. And I try to think about it as just not, some monumental task or make some big deal about it like Steenbogger or one of these guys that are trying to sell you books. I try to approach it like just common sense and everyday stuff, It's no different, in my opinion. and that real important, in my opinion, because that's what it is. And what works for you is 100% up to you, and for you to discover and then go with that. I throw them out here as suggestions or examples of what kind of works for me. Well, we didn't get that IB low, did we? We got 50 stops and a puny little iceberg, and boy, that's about about as perfect a Gaussian distribution as you want to see, right? Look at that. POC pretty close to the center of the mode, and distribution tapering to basically excess on both ends, and can't imagine that'll last for long. And if you look at the market profile, that's pretty much in line. Here we are today. This was at Yahoo on Friday. Pretty much in line with everything here. All along the watchtower there. This is like it used to be in the summertime. Phew. Well, a lot of people got into NASDAQ trading and stuff because it was more obviously it's thinner, and so there's a lot more liquidity and a lot less liquidity, which makes it a lot more volatile. But in the old days, the ES, you had to drive stakes to see if it was moving. It would maybe have a range like this all day in the summertime. And 10 handles was considered a pretty good range. I sincerely don't imagine that's going to be the case anytime soon. One thing you got to say for the unrecognized or the random critical risk is it's keeps the market moving, keeps you on your toes. Not sure that's a good compliment or not, or a good thing, but it's the truth. Wow, this is pretty crazy. Not liking the feedback I'm getting from that support guy at TopStep either. That's pretty disappointing. And I'm not sure just what to do about that. The problem with Discord and those kind of things is they have complete control over it, right? So you make one post that's maybe absolutely true and factual, but that's not what the narrative that someone wants to be put forward, then they just delete the post and block you or whatever else it is. I guess. I don't know. I've never had anything like that happen, but I'm assuming that's what you can do. And I'm not sure of it. I've been kind of associated with TopStep and off and on through since like 2014. So I'm not really too sure. I haven't really given a lot of thought to an alternative. You know what I mean? This is all a new thing they've come up with this TopStep X thing, which is just fine if they want to develop a program or a platform and have people use it, some sort of incentive, free data, whatever it is. But to force people to have to use it who are in good stead and have abided by all the rules continually straight from the beginning, that seems to me to be pretty questionable behavior. Changing the rules and the goalpost in the middle of the game is generally not considered to be a good thing to do. Sucks. Completely sucks. And it sucks, especially in the circumstance that these 5 accounts are one trade away from all passing the target and going to the XFA. So it's especially disappointing. Months of hard work and self-control and risk management and all that stuff. Really disappointing. And that TopStep X and I don't get along at all. It's like one step away from an arcade game for me. Doesn't have any of the tools that I use on any of my charts here that you can see. Kind of got a rudimentary idea about the volume profile. Does VWAP. Okay, there you go. I don't even think the Rinkos are wicks, to be honest with you. Let me see. Looks to me like what they have done is no, Rinkos don't even have wicks. This is TopStep X. Look at the Rinko chart. Ridiculous. Well, the trade my daughter we put on last night and went to bed. Looking and got quite up there, several, 30 or 40 ticks, and then I had moved the stop up to below these swings, and it took it out at some point in the night. In London, I guess. No, not a big deal, but yeah, I do have this TopStep X account, which I pay for weekly, or monthly evaluation thing or whatever it is, combine, to see, because I thought, oh, great, well, they've got their own platform. Let's see what they're doing. But not particularly. Nothing that I can see myself using, to be honest with you, or that works for me. So that's pretty disappointing compared to what I'm used to. Maybe it's the old dog new tricks thing. I don't know. I'm sure there are people who trade it and trade with it and make money, you know. I'm sure. Now, one skill that I haven't developed, which I think a lot of people do, including Antonio here, I believe, looking at charting packages like Bookmap and IRT and executing somewhere else. IB, for example, or I suppose people could do the same thing on TopStep X. But the problem with TopStep X is, for me, it is so immature. It's, in my opinion, it would be like an initial beta. There's no OCO orders or brackets. I mean, how crazy is that? You know, so I wouldn't even be able to execute there, really. It would be quite a gymnastic for me to be able to execute over there because my bracket order, my risk neutral brackets and stuff, which I rely on religiously and don't ever move the stops, et cetera, don't exist. You know, if they're similar orders, type of orders, and I'd be all happy for making some concessions and doing that. Obviously, I've talked about it a lot in here that I would love to have somebody come out with a one-stop fits all, you know, one-stop replaces all this expensive stuff I got going on here. But I have yet to find it, and nor has anybody else that I know of, Rod or any of those guys. I think everybody's looking. Quant Tower was kind of designed to be that, and they've even nuked that. So they're trying to force everybody to only use TopStep X, period. Ooh, how long that'll last? Will they have a big departure? I have no clue. I think probably the majority of the TopStep people, I mean, stop and think about it. If you've been trading on Robinhood on your phone and you come look at TopStep X, it's going to be like, ooh, shiny. There's a lot of stuff going on over here. I'm going to do this. I guess maybe that's the crowd that they're marketing to. Don't know. What I know is that I'm disappointed that I'm in this fix I'm in. So 10 after a Monday, fun day. Got my 12 miles yesterday, so I've without any hiccups, so that was pretty cool. A little bit of a respite with the temperature. It was only in the 90s, I guess. It's 29C here now. Look at that mess. Jesus. It looks like an EKG, not an instrument trading billions of dollars worth of notational. What's the deal here? Well, it's light, I would guess. Let's look. 68% of value, it's going down. Ironically, the rotations were up to 4.5 from a low of about 2, whatever the hell this is. Let's see if I can get this guy working. 2.8. Yeah, okay. We're still in the red. Why are we in the red? Well, remember that it is where current price is trading as it relates to settlement, which is right there. So until we get above that, until we get above 83, all the Robin Hooders are going to be going, ooh, it's a short, baby. I haven't even looked around the horn there. Is anything going on anywhere else, Antonio? I don't even see. I don't even see Tom saying anything. Wow, I don't even see any comments in the TLab. Huh. Everybody's discussing whether it's an IB high or low. Oh, I see over there. So, yeah, that's the last thing I would be thinking about doing, as I have pointed out. Not sure how are the grays, blacks, and not sure what the hell that is. Oh, he's talking about OLED. Well. This is not as much fun as you can have with your clothes on here. This is I'm out of green tea. Forgot to get a big box of green tea I drink green, just not in a cup, but a glass of green tea. I must drink probably, well, let's see. How many liters is this thing? Probably drink 2, 4, maybe say 4 or 6 liters of water a day and countless glasses of big, 10-ounce glasses of green tea through the day and evening. Forgot to buy green tea at Costco. We go shopping and do a bunch of, normal stuff on the weekends. My wife is from Vietnam, so she shops differently than some folks over here do. We go to the market frequently in the evenings or something for fresh vegetables and stuff all the time. And the big extravaganzas on the weekend where we hit Costco and those kind of places. I mean, how boring is it when I'm talking about shopping and boring's the market talking about shopping on the weekend. Oh, wow. No, I know what to do. Let's put on some Mookie here. Well. What's happening over here? Well, that 9 o'clock came and went. See, that didn't amount to a hill of beans. That's the thing about it. You don't know what's going to happen. That's the... Oh, what happened there? Oh, this hasn't happened yet. This was supposed to be happening at 9 o'clock. And it didn't. If I'm reading this right, and they're still waiting for the God knows what executive order he's doing now. Who the hell? I have no clue. Well, Musk is up to no good like usual. That guy's up. Yeah, I don't know what to think. This was supposed to be at 9 o'clock. Supposed to be right there. Now this is 9:50 and it says will begin shortly. So I'll be the first to say I'm not sure whether this is stale and he's already had this, but to be honest with you, I would assume not, because nothing happened over here. And it's pretty, it shouldn't come as a surprise that any time there's a microphone and a camera, something's going to happen. Ooh, we're going to get the IB high here though. See here? There's our IB statistic just taken. Typically now I would be what my workflow is, kind of with the blue boy over here for the visual reference. This is the entire session. It's pretty obvious what the entire session context is. Flat as a board, slightly skewed up. If you want to look at the Renko, it's higher lows and higher highs. Okay. That's less obvious to me over here until recently, just now. Now we've just taken the IB statistic out. So what my workflow typically now is, yep, take care, Antonio. Not much going on. I apologize. Have a great stream there or whatever. Nothing over at TLab either. Didn't look like to me. What I do then is scroll in. Still keeping 1 point high here. I scroll in to look for context, parameters, and a trigger. I repeat, I am not looking for anything today. 77, 74 half, not even 3 points, not even a risk neutral scale to the first, value area low, any of this stuff, any of these levels. And I would not be expecting anything to the upside in the terms of, as I mentioned earlier, the fully rotational market suggests the IB failure. Because what have we been doing so far to now? We've been mean reverting outside in. It's not rocket science. This is just common sense. Do you think that it would be a good idea to take an IB continuation trade here, long? Do you think it would be a good idea to take an IB short here? Now, wind this up to 50 cents maybe. There's 50 cents high. Yeah, and this is under normal circumstances, these would be IB continuation setups. You know, we've taken it out. We didn't get anywhere down here. Tested up, came back down to the IB, didn't get any lower, and now we're moving ahead. This is 1 point. To big liquidity up here at the naked volume point of control at 240 contracts living up here at 48, right? And that's been in the market a long time. As much as I hate to say I'm not interested in engaging in this, that's what I am saying. Really sucks. I was really looking forward to a positive solution to this drama, but this IT guy, this tech guy got back with no good news. And now, anyway, so yeah, there's that. And then remember now that we're only at 1 point. There's about 2 now. Our risk neutral scale would be right at the big liquidity at 48 or at 80. I'm sorry. And I'm by no means suggesting that we're not going to get there. But this is not the kind of price action or the day that I am in the mood to do that, and it's counter to the the correct way to say it, not believed, but it's counter to the understood reaction to price action. We are in a balanced rotational market. Consequently, the IB failure would be the more suggested trade. At this point, we're looking more IB continuation-ish, if that's a word. This just sucks, as far as I'm concerned. It is the big sucks. Yeah. I'm going to look at cars. This is so boring. I'm going to look at car insurance. Well, here we go. I must have said something. Must have said something. I guess my guess is the press thing is happening. Not that it's any great shakes, but we did get up to this big liquidity here and took out that 250 contracts that were living up there. Now, so if you were at say you got long right here, what is that? 3 points. Not very. Not very prudent risk management, in my opinion.
Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje eu vou ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu, deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa o cobertor, deixa que hoje eu vou ser o seu calor. Sei que tá friozinho, já sei como é. Sei que o nosso amor aquece quando quer. De manhãzinho o sol nasceu. Deu esperança de beijinhos. Não espere tanto, tanto tenho a dar pra fazer o frio evaporar. Deixa de preguiça, deixa
And you see exactly why it wasn't a good idea to try to play the IB continuation trade.
ser o teu calor. Sei que tá friozinho.
And unfortunately, I'm not, this would not be any kind of a setup, you know, for me to be trying to trade. If you were working on vetting or you had already vetted a mean reversion trade, strictly mean reversion, outside in, there you go. There's a good setup. Boom, you took that out. We came up here to this known level. Makes perfect sense, and down you went. Now you're in the money. And from this point of view, let's look. 80, no, not really. Clear back, only back to this level for your risk neutral scale. You're just now scaled. You got your helmet on. You got a bunch of liquidity living down here at 75. You know, I'd say it's a real good day that if you need to go mow your lawn or wash your hair or whatever it is, definitely don't be pushing trades today, in my opinion. Just me. And I'm going to try to continue looking at the other machine, or another machine I've got about switching my car insurance. That's how bored I am. But it's going to roll over tomorrow, so if I want to save that $700 or something, I need to make a decision today. I'll be monitoring this. I'll be back and forth, in and out. Go around the horn. High time frame, we took it out. Nothing going on. We came down and nobody was excited about getting into the string of singles lower. Rotational day. Rotational day with an upward skew if you want to look at the Rincos. And here is our IB, our look map. Let's get something over here I forgot to look at. Sorry. Okay. Big personality conflicts with Russia and Ukraine. What is this guy? Jesus Christ. That's a pretty interesting thing to say. So I guess this signing has come and gone, even though it doesn't really say so. And next on the order of business will be the South Korean president, which he's already, made a pretty random comment that this was pretty funny, actually. Where did it go? Maybe they took it off. Oh, what's going on with South Korea? It seems like a purge or revolution. We can't have that and do business with them there. And here's the president of South Korea's response. We'll check the situation after Trump comments on purge. They have no idea what the hell he's talking about. There's no revolution or purge in South Africa. I mean, in South Korea. That, look at the news. I really don't get it. That's the kind of thing that. And another thing about the random critical risk that we have now is it doesn't necessarily have to be fact-based at all. It can be just something somebody dreamed up, but it can have a market-moving impact. So there's that. Okay, now we've gone around the horn. I've given you my undivided suggestion about remember that there's 3 positions in trading. There's long, there's short, and there is flat. And if you are a professional probability trader, you spend a lot of your time flat. And that's the best risk. You want to minimize your risk exposure to the market, and you want to maximize the risk reward potential when you do expose yourself to risk in the market. So there's that. And I will just keep an eye on everything here and see where we're going. I have nothing that I'm going to be doing, so sorry about that, but that's the reality of it. All right, so what are we doing? What are we doing now? If you're trading this and you're making money, good for you. I would recommend not doing that, but that's just me.
Hoy pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que pasé en aquel bus. No entiendo bien por qué mi abuelo distraído se bajó sin mí. Yo seguí. Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco era el lugar. Estava a viver, caminhando na vida, sempre chorando por uma nova ferida. Mas como até que de um mato nasce uma flor, muitas vezes é da dor que vem o amor. Eu que pensava que era um engano, olho seus olhos de luz e vejo um anjo. Esqueci dos tropeços mis noches llenas de amor. Corazón, hablarle en poesía, cantarle a tu alma y llenarla de ilusión. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Ay, amor, jamás seré tu dueña. Yo quiero que me elijas cada día por amor. Corazón, todo lo que viví fue para prepararme y reconocer tu amor. Amor, te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Salga el sol, besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
Well, so here we are at a dollar high. Context is creeping north. We've taken the IB statistic. I'm sure several people have been chopped up. We still have our statistic up here at the previous close and at the previous IB high. And it will undoubtedly get there without me. I don't feel any OCD, obsessive compulsion to put money at risk in this environment at the moment, which is pretty disappointing. If you think it's disappointing for you, imagine how I feel. Take a zoom around the horn here. Friday. Today. Micro composite chart. It's a daily RTH session only. These are 1 day daily candles wherever they overlap. Pull a volume profile around them, which then generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low volume nodes. The high and low volume nodes push the bookmap. Automatic. And this is the market profile. Here's today. Here's Friday with this big string of singles when Powell started talking. Pretty crazy day. There, that would indicate or suggest repair is needed for this area through here. This is the Renko chart for today and the NQ. This chart sequence is all minis. This one is micro. What are we doing for volume? We were at 69%. Oh, we dropped. Now we're down to 61%. So it's going, and we've come down to 2.75 ATR. Seasonality records. This is the slowest period of time in the year, a couple of weeks in the year, except for the Christmas New Year break, which takes the cake for slow. And now two things can happen in that environment. Light liquidity can mean intense volatility because it takes so little to move the market a lot. That's essentially the issues that you deal with and why I typically don't trade those real light markets, because extremely higher risk to your account. And here we are for the entire session today. This blue line is just a visual reference for me to glance left and make sure I've got the entire session in range here. Looking at this with kind of a flat top and very little excess to the top. Probably going to get up here and get these. Probably get settlement and close and previous IB high. Wouldn't be surprising. Not anything that I would say is a target-rich environment for my trading. And I'm working on only the 2 IB trades at this point. I'm betting them. So that's where I'm at. And I'm going to step away here and see what I can rustle up kitchen food-wise, and going to take a break at the middle of the day here. I would suggest being real cautious. This is one of an infinite string of days. Well, was there any change in the weather? I would say no. Yeah, you can use your own discretion, but if you think that you remember that your prime objective as a trader or any business person is to preserve your account and your capital. Meaning that you only put your capital at risk when there is a high risk reward. That's the correct, more intelligent, I believe, approach. This kind of an environment is not that. I think that's the first thing that you need to think about. And I remember I'm talking to myself here, right? This is my journal. So there you go. I'll be on the side for a little while and see what happens after a bit.
coisas chegam quando passam. Se o que aconteceu de errado, veja bem pelo outro lado, é o que faz você agora. Todas as migalhas do passado vão viver tempo de glória. Chegam quando passam. Se o que aconteceu de errado, veja bem pelo outro lado, é o que faz você agora. Todas as migalhas do passado vão viver tempo de glória. Soltarmos que nos foi presenteado, esse pássaro na mão. Seu assovio é tão lindo, é o canto do perdão. Salgo a caminar al sol por nuestro lago y por donde mire te veo en todos lados. Tantos recuerdos, cuánto hemos pasado. Nuestro universo todo era posible. Cantamos
And what have they gotten up to now? Nothing. Okay, well, much as it's a boring day for anybody here on the stream, it's me too. I can promise you that this kind of thing is not good, but the alternative, overtrading or forcing trades, that's worse in my opinion. Now, wow, what a day. Huh? And what's going on now? Okay, so he's ended his remarks here at 12:36. So I guess we have kind of a free afternoon then. I'm just going through the squawk box here in Financial Juice, which remember both this one and my investing.com are free. So there you go. Well, some of the things, read through this. Get yourself in financialjuice.com or look here on the stream, freeze it, whatever. Read through these things they're saying here. Wow. Yeah, I hate to sound like a stuck record, but this is definitely a day you are better off doing mowing lawn. Okay, the joys of trading, huh? I can't say anything more about today other than this is a perfect day to exercise your willpower and your common sense and restrain, only put your money in your account at risk when there is a high risk reward potential. A+ setup, for example. And this day is certainly not that. It depends on how you structure your your trading, of course. But in my case, I use a risk neutral trade plan management, risk management system, whatever you want to call it. And it's based on a risk neutral multi-bracket right here. This is the smallest package size you can have in the risk neutral methodology. You must have an even number of contracts. So The package size is 2 contracts. You determine your stop loss in ticks the best way you can with your homework and your study. First and foremost, you need to think about it from a point of view of account management and what risk tolerance your account has. And for example, if you're doing an evaluation or something like that, and you have loss limits and things, you figure all of those things in there. And then, what's the volatility of the market? Do you use ATR? What do you use? Anyway, those are all things you need to establish for yourself. Reach out we can discuss, whatever. But once you have this package established, the size and the stop loss, and the stop loss is for the entire package. Once you have these two identified, then the first risk neutral target is automatic. It's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is in ticks negative. Now, the beautiful part about the multi-brackets here in Bookmap is you don't have to set up one for a short and one for a long. It's smart enough to know which way you're going. If I go short, it knows that my stop loss is 12 ticks above my entry, and my first risk neutral target is 12 ticks below my entry. If I go long, it knows that the stop loss is 12 ticks below entry, and the first risk neutral target is 12 ticks above. Great. You don't have to think about it. You just have to worry about where you put your entry and which direction you're going, and the rest is taken care of for you. At that point, once this target is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst that can possibly happen is a scratch. Of course, there is one probability that is 100% up to you and up to the trader and the trader's willpower, or whatever you want to call it. Never, absolutely ever move your stop away from your entry. The stop can never be greater than 12 ticks. If it is, you will no longer be risk neutral. That's, like the 11th commandment. And then the runner or runners, you can divide up any way you want. In my case, the take profit target's 48 ticks. If you want to use a 4 lot, there you go. 4, 12, 2 for 12, half the package for 12, one runner at 24 ticks, one runner at 48 ticks. The total of this package then would be 96 ticks. The total, both profit targets on the 2 lot, is 60 ticks. If you have, like last April when, we were going to put tariffs on islands full of penguins, the volatility, 12 tick volatility was ridiculous, laughable. This was even close to laughable, 24 ticks. You see the point. I'm sure you understand the point. And then you decide what, make sure you got your package set up and you close it off. Now you're risk neutral. If I entered a trade at any place, you would see an entry, stop, take profit target 1, take profit target 2. Very clearly identified and permanently marked in Bookmap. So that's that. It's amazing, this IB is what, 83, 63, 76, 9 handles in the IB. Last week, they were phenomenal. 60 handles, 30 handles. Amazing. Just look here. Look at Friday. IB low, IB high. Look at today. High be low, high be high. Crazy, huh? Crazy times. And the overnight wasn't a hell of a lot better. This is the ETH session. Well, we've accomplished a number of our statistics. Overnight volume point of control, as usual, 84.5% of the days of the time. That's revisited and followed in hot pursuit by the overnight mid. No problems there. And that's where those two main ones are what we've done so far. We still have the close, previous IB high, value area high, previous RTH high, overnight low. There's got to be a... Yeah, that's what I thought. This statistic of 52.1 is for the overnight low, not the value area high from Friday. The overnight low. And those statistics are input here in my pre-market. Welcome to every morning start the stream at 8 o'clock in the morning with a basic description, and then we look at the numbers for the day and any potential reports or risks that can be identified. Then we do the pre-market. And then I go through the charts, what our pre-market, our overnight looked like, what I'm expecting for our opening type and trade, the high time frame micro composite with micro composite volume points of control and the naked volume points of control here from previous sessions. Market profile, session prices, basic statistics here in the quote page, quote board. Including the homework study, where based on the open type, we're able to derive all of the session prices, the session price statistics. And those are entered here. This is all done pre-open. This is all done from between 8 o'clock in the morning and 8:30 in the morning every day. And they are not changed, and they sit right there the entire time. Are these hard absolute targets? No, they're probabilities based on statistics. The statistics, my study looks back over 2,000 trading days. And of those 2,000 trading days, we look at what percentage of those days did we open lower in range. That indicates the column of statistics we'll use, and that's where these numbers all come from. And that's all done pre-market. So there's that. Notice that there's no indicators on my charts or my bookmap. Unless you want to be really specific and call the VWAP, or the volume weighted average price, because they are calculated, okay? Indicators. I have a VWAP for both Globex and regular, trading session. I have a mid for the regular trading session. I have a POC for each regular trading session and RTH, or I'm sorry, the RTH and the ETH. And then there's an IB high and low. And the rest of these are unquestionable, just the initials of the price level, the overnight low, developing value area low, the open. Pretty simple. Nothing is really complicated. The POC, absolutely not complicated or mysterious. The POC simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Here's the volume profile. You can see right here where it is. I can't, because of the way I've got this scrolled in, you don't see a number here because it's splitting them off every few lines. But since we don't have much to worry about, okay. Still not quite right. There we go. 19,132 contracts have traded right here, right now. The absolute split second that any one of these numbers trades 19,133, this yellow line is going to move there. And this is for the full session. Notice that we traded 19,673 so far in the full session. This full session market profile volume profile started plotting at 1,700 last night. So there was only 500 and change contracts traded all night until the open. You see the difference? 19,149, 19,690. Pretty interesting, huh? That's how it works. There's nothing mysterious or magical. It's all just numbers, math, and probabilities. Boop. It's very easy to sound like some sort of a Gandalf and say, oh, well, I'm expecting a VPOC migration here at some price at blah, blah, blah. That's because you're looking at whoever that person is, me, whoever, is looking at these values in the volume profile. And if I see right up here that this is suddenly trading 1,975 or 50, and we're trading up here right now, I'm going to say, well, I expect the volume profile to migrate to 64, 79, 75. It's got absolutely nothing to do with anything other than math and volume. How many contracts have traded at each price? That's it. Once you get your head around the fact that those things are all just straightforward and common sense, then you can start to be a little more measured about trading, I believe. Identify, go back in the stream, and you can see where I spend quite a bit of time talking about approaching trading as a business of statistics or probabilities, not a video game or gambling. And it's actually the holy grail of trading. Really. I go over it every day. One of the reasons I do this stream, and well, I have several reasons for the stream, but as I mentioned early in the pre-market, before the pre-market, this is my virtual journal. I see what I'm looking at is captured in the video, and my voiceover here gives insight as to what I was thinking. The reason it's streamed to YouTube is I insist on complete transparency and accountability. It's a commitment. No trades on this account, off the stream. None of this in a big loser and, oh, well, the stream's down. It's okay. It's time for the stream to end now. And then tomorrow morning you log in. Well, yeah, I got back online last afternoon and I made all that back. And then I'm up $50,000 million. That typical internet guru crap is just irritating to me. And so I'm really conscious of not falling and not having anything doing anything that could be construed like that. The downside is the stream lasts for 7 hours every day. Now, I do keep a pretty accurate ongoing record of chapters or timestamps that are input into the stream description at the end of the day, every day. So obviously, I wouldn't expect anybody, including myself, to sit and listen to 7 hours, hoping to hear something interesting. And I don't either. Any trades are clearly marked, and all of the, when I describe how the risk neutral 2-lot package works and the approaching trading as a statistical business and all those things, they're clearly marked there, so you don't have to listen to the whole damn thing. If you're just passing through, hit a thumbs up and subscribe would be an honor. It would be a big help, and I'd appreciate that. I am not funded or monetized in any way here. It's just a minute for the likes and subs. This is my journal. I'm talking to myself. The reason I repeat many of these things every day is twofold. New people come and go. That's one thing. And second of all, I believe very strongly that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. And consequently, I want to continually positively reinforce things that I think are important. I take exception to a lot of the conversation and things you see about trading psychology. And I've talked about this earlier today, but obviously our monkey mind has been evolving over a long time. And many of the things that kept us alive way back then are not applicable so much today, and very definitely are not applicable in trading. So a couple of things are important. You're never going to, if you try to approach, I'm gonna eliminate FOMO from that's never gonna happen. You've just set something for yourself that will be a guaranteed failure. Because it's part of your DNA, it's part of your wiring. The best way to approach it, that I believe, and what I do, recognize it. Oh, that's FOMO. Call it a name if you want to. Tom over at TLab calls it Hyde, Jekyll and Hyde. He talks about, he makes jokes about that, and then don't act on it. Oh, I'm mad about missing that trade. I'm revenge. Oh, that's the revenge guy. Hey, I'm not going to act on it. That's the positive way to approach those things. And in keeping with the, your subconscious mind believes what you tell it. Well, if you continually, verbalize out loud and in your thinking that you can't control over trading, you're just an emotional basket case, guess what you're going to be? You're going to be an over trading emotional basket case. I really believe that. And there's a lot of evidence for that, and other, it's not, most of the things that happen and that we talk about, the philosophies and beliefs and that stuff, they're not epiphanies, there's not something that you cooked up by yourself. Just like the problem, recognizing that trading is a business of probabilities and how to vet a trade to put the edge statistically on your side of the table. I didn't dream that all up. I thought about those things and was pleasantly surprised to realize that all of the best traders in the world recognize that same thing and realize that it's true. And on top of that, it's the same business model as a casino. They play no game that doesn't have a predefined edge or expectancy. They play no game without a specific set of rules. And then on the casino floor, their only object in life is to play that game as many times as possible. They know probabilities, there will be losers or winners in the case of gamblers, and that they will lose. And they don't get mad, they don't shoot the dealer, they don't change all the rules, they just deal the next hand, because they know very definitely that the law of large numbers will manifest the edge to their side of the table. Easy. That's the same methodology of, Ed Thorpe, who started the whole, kind of got the whole probability thing, started making it, publicizing it. Jim Simmons, the most successful hedge fund manager in the world ever, history-wise. Renaissance Technologies, Google it. Yeah, these are things that I believe in, so there you go. Take them or leave them, but that's where I'm coming from. I just realized I was on mute there, but I was talking about the probabilities of the initial balance, which is the trades I'm betting at the moment. I talked about them at length in that section of the schedule, but succinctly it is that along with these statistics that we use, there are well-known statistics that are, for example, the IB statistic, which says that after 9:30, when the IB stat is in play, because the IB has then been set, there's a 90 in today's open type of lower end range, there's a 98.1% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. And it was right there. Once again, the statistic was validated. There's a 35.1 or 2% probability in this open type that will take out both IB high and low. Much less probable. And some people trade those statistics. For example, if we've taken out the IB high, if we get down near the IB low, they would go long, figuring that they had, if it's a 35.2%, that means it's, or let's call it a 35%, that means it's a 65% probability that we won't take it out. We'll go the other way. One I like is if there's a 98.1% probability that we'll take out one or the other, that means that there is a 1.9% probability that we'll take out neither. I've never seen that, but you know, I can tell you that if we were in a day that had not taken either statistic and we were down here right now, that would be a pretty reasonable trade towards the nearest initial balance line, because it's such a remote probability that we will not take out either one. So there's a lot of different ways to approach that, these statistics. When I pull the daily wrap around 2:30, we'll talk about what the reports and numbers are for the week coming up, you know, to look forward to, and it'd be pretty painful if the week was like this day, huh? Yeah. And remember now, of course, absolutely, you can go to any rearview mirror guy, any, you know, internet guru-y type, and they're going to have absolutely saw this. This was very definitely a clear sign to them for a short, and they're down to here, and they made all kinds of money. And if that's any of that is even remotely true, that's great. But I want you to tell me what you would think right there. Here's what you were seeing for the day. Mean reversion on a larger scale. Okay, we were, if you look at this, you know, squint your eyes, you can look at this and see, okay, yeah, we're doing essentially higher lows and higher highs. Well, that would suggest we're going higher. And we have a previous RTH close up here above us at 73.5, and the previous RTH IB high up here at also, I'm talking about 73.5 statistics and 70, and I think up the way here somewhere, yeah, we've got a couple of more. The overnight high was up here. If you, in just this context, it would suggest higher. I was very apprehensive about that, and I talk about it in the stream, because this day suggests mean reversion. But you can bet your sweet butt that some internet guy is going to say they spotted that right away and they got short and down they came, which falls in line with the mean reversion idea. So that's not completely out of line. But at this point right here in the morning, all the normal old-fashioned, you know, order flow-y kind of tools were saying higher ground. That would have been a pretty big bummer for you. That's why you should be That's why I will only trade vetted trades and vetted trades with clear, specific setup, qualifying criteria, and trigger, hopefully. Here's one for you if you got nothing better to do. This is a good thing to... I should have thought of this earlier, damn it. On a day when you're better off sitting on your hands or, observing my 3 trading positions philosophy. There's a long, short, and flat. Flat being the one that you are in a lot. Majority of the time, if you're a responsible trader. Take a pencil and a paper. Pick a setup. What? IB setup. VPOC migration. There's nothing to really point out today because there's hardly anything going on. Mean reversion. Okay, mean reversion, that's another possible, or whatever setup you have. And then write specifically the criteria that validates that setup situation for an entry and what the trigger may be. See if you can do that. See if you can do that specifically and succinctly enough that you could send me or post here in the chat or whatever those rules, and any one of us could trade them specifically with no subjectivity or objectivity, whichever one it is, without any discretion involved. Set of rules, basically like a quant would do. Okay, if this, then that. If not, then what? And just on to the entry. I can't do it. I've tried that for the last little while. That thought occurred to me because I was noticing, even in vetting my IB trades, which are pretty damn specific, right? There's absolutely no question about when the IB is set. There's absolutely no question about when the IB statistic is had. And then typically in my world, I want to see the trade up, come back down through, and then make a decision what it's going to do. And based on that price action, then I would go, and the overall context of the day and the higher time frame, I would trade whichever way. But I have noticed, and I've recognized and talked about it here in the stream, I very definitely have recognized that my final trigger or final entry decision is made on discretion. That's not good, I don't think. If you can get away with that, from that, the better off you are. Try it. And then be sure and, email it to me or put it in the chat, especially if it's a 100% winner. Yeah. Tom says, it's a fool's game to predict where the market's going to go or price is going to go. You can anticipate it because it's a random environment and the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Those are facts. But if you do figure that out, you be sure and call me immediately. And that's exactly it. Once you try that exercise I just suggested there, you'll have a deep appreciation for quant guys that can do that. They have to. That's how the machine knows to trade. If you've ever tried to do any backtesting or writing any backtest rules like I try in IRT, you got to be absolutely specific. No gray areas there. Oh, are we going to get both statistics? Look at this. Are we going to satisfy our 35.2 or whatever the hell it is? The statistics I'm talking about are from this study. It looks back at 2,000 days. There's only 4 open types. This is today, IRT graciously colors the correct open type after the open. And here you are, 97.7% IB high or low. 98.2% IB high or low. What does that say? 98.3% IB high or low, and 97.9% IB high or low. In every open type, in each open type, looking backward over the past 2,000 trading days. Think about that stat for a minute. And here we have the IB high and low at 24.6%. I was off base. That's the overnight low. 32.7 is the IB high and low up there. Those are pretty, think about those statistics. 2,000 trading days. Obviously, before anybody, I hope you thought about it. How did you look back 2,000 trading days in the ES? Because it's a 90-day contract. This is based on the continuous contracts. Same way as my, where'd it go? The same way as my high time frame. Which looks, this high time frame, this volume profile over here is the granddaddy for the data. That goes back, that is for the ES. It says U5 because that's what the chart's working, but it's in reality, it's the ES continuous contract. That goes back to October 21st of 2021. Just statistics and just data, math, numbers of contracts traded controls the POC, controls the volume profile. High volume node, where the most contracts traded in the micro composite column. A high volume node, not the most. Isn't she cute? Boy, you're looking out right left and center, girlfriend. My daughter's just started college now, and she came in to say, I just went and poked her to get ready for the class, which usually is at this evening, usually in the evenings or later in the afternoon. And there's no class today because the teachers got COVID. I think this is the second. Yeah, it is the second week. They're off to a hell of a start now. Okay, where are we? Well, we're at 1420. We're going to get this, if they keep monkeying around down here, we're going to get this IB low. So that'll be the 35.2%. Mom, the heads up on Muted again. I've been standing here talking for 20 minutes and I've been on mute. I hope I wasn't just talking through the whole backtest thing on mute, but maybe. Yeah, well, I guess I'm tired. So we've rounded the curve. We're in the final home stretch. The next, oh, that's disappointing. The next potential market moving or auction disruption or auction impact will be the market on close orders. Well, that's disappointing. I hope I didn't just go through that whole discussion on backtesting on mute, because that would have been, I would have liked to have that on the stream. Irritating. But, you know, do it again another day. I'm not going to do it all over again, because if that would be pretty redundant. That's how it works. Here's something else. Here's something while I'm just killing time. This is, I've built a bookmap variant in IRT, and this is it. With the price, all, you know, because it's IRT, price levels, dome for trading, volume bubbles, heat map, which can be the degree of these heat maps can be controlled up here. Doesn't work worth a damn, but it's just between you and me and the gatepost. Look how slow that is to react. I think it uses up a lot of resources, and here's the worst part. That's as far back as you can scroll it by winding these together. Now you can scroll it backwards and forwards with this, but it doesn't work so good. Let's go. Let's do that, you see? It doesn't really... It's a shame because it's... Pool table, there we go. Okay. It's a shame, but that's the way it is. I was hoping I could come up with a one-stop shop, but no such luck. All right. The micros, the minis, the higher time frame micro composite, and our best buddy book map over here. What are we doing? What are we doing? Who's on third? Who's on third? Come on. Well, I was all excited to go driving for the afternoon. Some days I don't ever leave the damn house anymore. Kind of nice to get out. I got to go. We forgot to load up on my green tea when we were at Costco this weekend, so I got to go by the local I got to go to the local market here and load up on that. I drink a lot of water and get so bored with just water through the day that I have glasses of green tea for some flavor. Well, that's disappointing that my whole big hootenanny on the backtesting there was muted, I'm relatively sure, so I apologize for that. This is why I'm a trader and not a professional influencer. Actually, I try to make it as pleasant as possible because I listen to it too, right? So. And what's really funny is this mixer. This is a Mackie DLZ creator. Is right in front of my keyboard here, just a little bit to my right. And the mute is a big red thing, but focusing on the screens and that just goes right past me. I suppose maybe it's the old dog and the new trick. The old dog and the new tricks deal, probably. Well, boys and girls, let's see now. We got roughly 10 minutes to the market on close orders, which have been just an absolute, complete, giant nothing burger for the last several days. So much so that several of the days, I don't remember how many, I've been talking about something and, just watching the bookmap chart while I was talking and not noticed that the time came and went. No movement or flicker at all. And in many cases that those market on close orders are a pretty big pretty big movement or influence on the auction or however you want to put it. Now you see how if you would have traded against that low statistic of taking both IBs, this liquidity that's been living up here of about 200 plus contracts for quite a while, that's no trade in the world that I have or any kind of a setup, but you could squint your eyes and say you were going to target back to the, IB or the POC or something like that. The point is, the story is that you're you're trading to the 60% or whatever it is, 66% probability that this will not be taken out. Which I don't find to be a very good trade. That's would be one of the last ones that I would vet. Oh man, this Todd, tell you what, I'm gonna need a nap because I'm exhausted from the nap from standing there. I use these are two standing desks in an L. I don't sit down. No chair in here. Oh no, there's an old chair against the wall over there. Yeah. And our Vietnamese hammock is in here. But I don't stand. These are standing desks, and I'm here from about 6 in the morning till 9 or 10. I do take a break in the day or walk around or whatever else. Now this will be interesting. Will we take out those neutral? Will we go neutral and take them out both? Look at all the liquidity that's jacked up right down here under the IB. Notice how the mouse turns to a dollar sign? That's supposed to alert you that you're in the active data column and trading. The next click you make will be a trade, whether you wanted that to be or not. I fought with that for quite a while, and for the longest time I only used the dome columns. But I do have hotkeys set up, which I've used to use all the time and traded with for years. But on Bookmap, I believe it is much quicker and more precise to trade with a mouse. So I'm trying to teach the old dog new tricks here. I haven't used a keyboard for quite a while. One caveat about the keyboard, if you are prone to do that and you're trading with Bookmap, the same for any application actually, the application has to have the focus of the computer for the keyboard to interact and be able to trade. For example, if for whatever reason I had clicked over on IRT somewhere and I looked back to my left screen here and saw a trade I wanted to enter and try to hit a keyboard, no go, Jose. Got to click back here or in header or somewhere, anywhere besides the active data column, and then you could trade. Obviously, that's not an issue when you're trading with a mouse because when you click on the heat map with the mouse, you have brought focus there, and there you go. 5 minutes and change, 4 minutes and a half actually. I'd say they're going to monkey around down here and get that IB stat. What do you think? I wouldn't say so much for the overnight low, but poking around there, pretty close, within 4 ticks of that. 4 ticks of the IB low. Is that anything special up here? Well, there it is. Pretty much exactly the same. And what was our low here? Well, 61. That's actually lower. You see the point, right? Well, 3 minutes for the MOCs. Don't even want to look at the news. I can't. It's just crazy. Saw a pretty funny fact yesterday or over the weekend. As JD Vance has set a new world record for, I don't know what you'd call it, but he's taken 7 vacations in 8 months of being in office. I want that job. Here we go. We're going to get that stat. We're going to get that 35 point whatever %. Or are we? Ooh, we didn't. Are we going to go up? Wouldn't that be funny? I don't think so. They've been kind of on a mission right from up here straight. There hasn't been a whole lot of argument about where that's going, that direction, is it? But you see just why you should never trade to a statistic? Now, this was not any statistic that I might trade to, but this happens frequently with the IB statistics also. I mentioned that early in the stream about when I was describing the IB statistic and getting prepared to anticipate it. I made a big mistake when I was first vetting these a few months ago. I would think, oh, okay, boy, here we are. Look at this, consolidation. We're below the POC. We're below the VWAPs, the med. We're going to trade to the IB. We're going to take the IB low, and I'd get short. And they do one of these numbers, and then up here and stop out, and you go. So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen now, but that was the market on close orders right there. That little bump was the market on close orders. And they are going to be showing them little selves right over here pretty quick. Now, obviously, if you were paying for the live data on Financial Juice and or investing.com, that would have been, you would have seen them as they were released. Not, you wouldn't have got ahead of it, but you would have seen them as they're released. In this case, you can kind of do this to prompt them up. We'll see. There you go. Market on close and balance. So we've got S&P 500, the sell side, 1,154,000,000 contracts, sell side. NASDAQ 100, 547 million, sell side. Dow 30, 449 million, sell side. Mag 7, 375 million, sell side. Get your head around that for a second. Think about it. 1,154,000,000 ES contracts, market on close and balance. Just multiply 1,154,000,000 times $12.50 and imagine what the price or what the profit and or loss is per tick. Granted, it's not one player. Oh, and we did get our stat over here. Isn't it cute? Well, there you go. One thing I probably didn't mention in this, I was so excited all day. I've got toothpicks holding my eyes open, my eyelids open here, but the volume balls here, which I can have 3D, but it seemed like a waste of time and computer power. These volume bubbles, they are colored by delta. Obviously, there was buying and selling right here, but the sellers were the more aggressor. That's the delta. And they didn't get too far through that stat, did they? But they did take it, so there you go. They have satisfied by a tick, I guess. Satisfied by a tick. And it could go some more because we have 7 minutes left here. Well, days like this are painful. This is the joy of trading. And let me just point out that this is how the entire 3.5, 3 months of summer used to be. This would have been a normal, kind of an active summer day. So if you're newer at this sport, well, there you go. By one tickaroonie. Look at there. So we have earth shaking. $63.25 to 83. So 20 handle range, nearly to the tick. Call me a liar well, actually, I think so. Because this is actually 62.75. This is not 83. So, yeah. All right, 5 minutes to the cash close. I'll wind this stream up. At that point, do the chapters, whatever good they are. And a quick recap. Well, it ought to be pretty obvious what the recap is. Nothing times 2. We took the IV statistic to the top. We've had, in the first few minutes there, we had a little flurry of movement, and then the VPOC's been flat as a board since 9 o'clock this morning. Took our usual group of stats. The overnight high, the ES and Q minis. Here's our micro composite. We did tag out this MCVPOC just by a nose. Well, actually a little more than a nose, but we did not get up to the this is the MCVPOC that I was just referring to, but we did not get up to the previous naked volume point of control from Friday's auction. and the overnight close. That's kind of funny, surprising actually. So here we go. Here's our market profile. We are just basically in the hole in a rotational day. What to say, right? Net change is down 0.35% on the ES. Why we have this lag, I have no clue. Must be the IRT, I guess. I don't know. That's pretty weird. I don't get that at all. Oh, look at us go. Looky here. This burst down here. Marketing or closing swing trade. The closing swing trade. Sell, right through all of these. This is then those market on close orders that are selling out. Obviously, there's a hell of a lot more of them, but they're taking out these stops and they're taking out these levels. So there you go. Well, they managed to expand that range just a little bit. Right down to the top of that string of singles. Now, will they continue into that? I thought we were going to continue north last night, but here we are now. This is that string of singles from Friday, right? Better viewed here on the market profile chart. Singles mean a bunch of single prints. Notice how the TPOs, time, price, opportunity, each one of these colors represents a 30-minute block or period. And they trade up and down, and then wherever they overlap, like this is 2 TPOs wide. This is multiple TPOs wide. These are singles. They came ripping through here. One print, bam, 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 and never went back. And here's where we're closing right here, right now. Right at that string of singles at the bottom of this volume distribution up here at the top from Friday. That's pretty precarious ground, actually, in my opinion. We could continue to sell down through these. Remember, there's a few more minutes left in the session. They call it the curb trade. It's about 15 minutes, and then futures do fuss around and keep trading up to 1600. Cash market does not, and I don't. Or do I keep the stream going? Because that seems pretty crazy. But that's be an interesting open and an interesting overnight, perhaps. So there is the market on close. There is the basic daily recap. We had a big nothing burger and a little bit of a little push lower just into the close. A lot of rotation, tight rotational market. You can bet your sweet ass that there is a bunch of retail people just, strewn all over the floor, licking their wounds because they could not they couldn't refuse or, control themselves from clicking that mouse. I suppose. I hope not, actually. But that's what makes the market happen. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. That's it. All right, have a great evening. Do something for yourself and your health and your eyes and your family or whatever it is. Get away from the screens. Do something that's good for you, good for your health, and remember that it's really important to be sharp, fit, rested, hydrated. This is a real a strenuous sport, and it's all of that effort is happening between your ears. So you want to be sure and take good care of all that. Have a great night. I'll do the time stamps here in a second, and then or in a minute or so, and be back on at 0800 in the morning. Stop by, mash the thumbs up on the way out, subscribe. Please drop stuff in the chat from now on. That'd be great. Appreciate it a lot. All base, and I appreciate